Not a big beast.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Delta Entertainment. I am your host, Lincoln Kenobi, and if you want to, please hit that like button and please subscribe to my channel. Would appreciate that very, very much. Happy 4th of July, everyone, and we are here. We are live, and as you can see right now, we are right now here waiting for President Donald Trump to get ready to sign that big, beautiful bill. I am watching also on my phone DD Cobra going live and discussing the politics and everything. And he is getting ready to see Donald Trump sign that bill himself. So let's get on this channel and everything. I hope everyone is having a great day today, celebrating this fantastic month, bro, because I'm so excited, bro. Looking forward to this. All right, so let's go a little bit live here.
One and just these different angles that are just nobody really can get, other than if Secret Service ever wanted to pull out their phone and record something.
Yeah, so we're still waiting.
This is the thing that I think people get mixed up. The reason why I think there's so many teleprompters out there, I like a teleprompter here and there, but on the left side of the aisle, it's because if these people were to really just share what they really think about things, it'd look really bad. So they have to like doctor it. The producer has to write it a certain way that is just right to make it look like it's true, but it's false. Here on the right side of history, we don't have to, I mean, it's good to write scripts. It's good to have a nice monologue where you start out and you say this and that. And sure, I'd like to do that.
Well, according to this, he's supposed to be signing the thing at 5 o'clock, so we'll see what happens.
Just like President Trump does at all these rallies. He doesn't always.
I will probably stream later on. Metroid Prime Remastered.
Here at right side. But we don't just riff it just on left field and do commentary the whole time. Of course, if you've been watching, and hopefully you have, and hopefully you can share with this these links to everyone out there, because when Monday shows up, Robert McNeely will be right here at the desk and talking about the visit from the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, to the White House there with President Trump. And then I'll be back in on Tuesday and Wednesday and on with tag teaming that coverage when we have various things going on in our country. So it's not all just a couple videos here and there and a couple live events. I mean, this is something that has turned into a news network. That's why it's called Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're broadcasting to you out there watching all across the country and in some places around the world. Just, all of our experience, but all of our just desire for our country to really have that focus of God, family, and country. It's just, how more real can you be? And that's how President Trump is. He just tells it like it is. It's awesome to see that. And it's awesome to be on that right side of history and just really be like, hey, this is the truth. And, what else are you going to do? The truth sets you free, according to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, to those that believe in Jesus. So 4:31 Eastern Time, bottom of the hour, Friday, July 4th. All right, so I believe we may have one more video from Dan Scavino Jr. That may wrap up our videos that we're throwing to until we get to the White House there. Now, this one I didn't get to watch in full. I only just saw it here live and just asked the director if we could play it. But it looked pretty interesting, so let's watch it for the first time together, unless you saw it earlier.
See what's happening right now. Yeah, I was looking at Twitter.
right, come on now. I mean, I wish I had a whole audience in here chanting USA right now. That's awesome. What a great performance there. And that is one word passed through my mind. I don't know if I want to say it on TV, but bad A. You know what I mean? That was awesome. Great to see that there. Before we continue on and read some more of President Trump's Truth Social posts and get to some more news of the day, we do want to go to a couple of our sponsors, including allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. And some of the breaking news here at Right Side Broadcasting Network is the fact that All Family Pharmacy is actually, of course, known for standing up for medical freedom. They just launched, get this, the biggest sale of the year. So now through July 13th, it's buy one, get one free on ivermectin, mebendazole, hydroxychloroquine, the 200 milligram amount there. So that means whatever you order, they'll simply double it. So 30 capsules becomes 60, 90 becomes 180. You don't need any insurance. There's no red tape. You get the doctor's prescription included. So while big chains shut you out, All Family Pharmacy steps up, giving patriots the power to choose. So allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. That's allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can act now, protect your health, and that buy one, get one offer ends July 13th. Let's also go to Colonial Metals Group, freegoldguide.com/RSBN. If you're looking for the gold silver option for your dollar, whether it's a little bit of your retirement or your savings, Colonial Metals Group is the spot that you can do that. You can protect your IRA, protect that 401k, all 100% tax-free. Speaking of free, you get a free gold guide in the info kit in the mail. So freegoldguide.com/RSBN, a great sponsor here at Right Side, as it's 4:34 Friday, July 4th. Happy Independence Day, 249th Independence Day. Hopefully you're having a good time with friends and family. And if you're hanging by yourself today, it's all good. We've all had those times too, and nothing bad, nothing wrong with that. But thanks so much for streaming in with us here at the network. 4:35 Friday, July 4th. Let's go to President Trump's post from yesterday, where it happened right when the big, beautiful bill passed. And he said this, quote, the Republicans in the House of Representatives have just passed the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Our party is united like never before, and our country is hot. We're going to have a signing celebration at the White House tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern. Of course, that's today. A little bit delayed, but he's the president. There's a lot going on, including a phone call with Vladimir Zelensky, according to the president.
Yeah, I got a feeling it's going to be probably at 5.
Maybe he's on a different call. Or
it did say before it was at 5, but then he did write that he was going to do it at 4.
As I continue on from the president,
most likely it could be at 5.
Kind of small for you to read, so that's why I'm reading it here.
Wait.
All congressmen and women and senators are invited. Together, we will celebrate our nation's independence and the beginning of our new golden age. The people of the United States of America will be richer, safer, and prouder than ever before. Thank you to Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, and all of the wonderful Republican members of Congress who helped us deliver on our promises and so much more. Together, we can do things that were not even imagined possible less than 1 year ago. We will keep working and winning. Congratulations, America. Speaking of America, speaking of President Trump, and speaking of the 249th birthday for our country, America 250 was just kicked off yesterday, of course, with President Trump there. Let's go to one of those sound bites where President Trump was talking about promises made and promises kept.
To fund improvements and enhanced experiences across the park system. For this anniversary, I've just signed an executive order to raise entrance fees for foreign tourists while keeping prices low for Americans, and we're going to do that. The national parks will be about America first. We're going to take it America first for the national parks. And these are just a few of the many programs, initiatives, celebrations that will.
Yeah, I saw that this morning. Jeremy's talking about Alcatraz.
I think we
I'm going to show it to you real quick.
We have more pride.
So I'm going to try to.
In our country right now than
let me
we've
see if
had
I can get it right here.
50 years.
A great speech there in Des Moines, Iowa, and it was great to see Robert McNeely and Christina Loren there live as they were interviewing a number of everyday Americans, all of us out there.
So let me show you real quick.
It was
Alligator
awesome because it was a packed
Alcatraz.
house, just like
Give
all
me
those
1
rallies
minute.
that we've covered over the years here at Right Side. So just a shout out to those of you that I've run into out there
I put on my
on the
notifications.
campaign trail and It's just great to be a part of this family,
here it is
part of
right
this thing called.
Here it is right here. Alligator
on the right
Alcatraz
side of
being
history,
constructed.
that people that
The
love
sign
God,
is
love
there.
Our families, love our country, and we want to keep doing that.
Fantastic. Benny Johnson posted this.
And that's unfortunately what happens
Oh, man.
in some of these other countries.
That's exciting, dude.
If you are a certain faith in some of these countries, not good. Providing for your family, no, we're going to make you make this much only. Loving our country, well, I don't think they're going to love their country if they have a dictator over them in these other countries. That's what we don't see that with President Trump. We see the opposite.
Jeremy's showing footage of the
big beautiful bill that has
these
to do
people that are
with tax cuts,
burning
13%
our freaking
decrease in
our
taxes for
American
anybody
flag,
making
dude.
30,000, upwards of
And I say this now,
$80,000
man.
a year. We see
Those
the
people that
aviation
disrespect our
system
country,
going
bro,
to have a huge
They need to
overhaul.
go. They need to go.
We see that the
I don't care if you're
southern
American,
border,
bro.
the
You
wall's
disrespecting our country, bro.
We
You gotta
see
go.
that some of these.
I mean, I
customs
would
and
like to
protection
see them-
agents and Coast Guard and all that. There's bonuses. There's all this different stuff that is for America.
I like to
And
see
it's
them
awesome
try
to see.
going living in
And it's
another
fun to
country.
cover, to be honest with
Live
you.
in
To be
Mexico,
having this
live
kind
in
of
the
historic
UK,
president,
live anywhere else.
someone
I would
that
like to see if they can
deserves
do
to be
all
on
those
Mount
things that they're doing
Rushmore.
right now.
someone that is in the same
Because this is
sentences,
insane,
in my
dude.
opinion, as George Washington, Thomas Jefferson.
I'm looking at the
Abraham
video right
Lincoln,
now, and it's
Donald J.
horrible.
Trump. Sometimes you know when you're so close to something, you don't get the full perspective of it. I like that 30,000-foot view thing. I say that phrase quite a bit here. I really do like that. I like, hey, we're in this right now. This is the big, beautiful bill. We want to see wins in our country. We want to see justice be served. We want our nation to be saved. We want those reforms to last, just like they are in El Salvador right now, in Hungary, and then in Poland and these other places around the world. We want
All right, let's
to
get
happen.
back to.
So when President Trump is done being our president, that we have no worries going to the next administration. I think I just nailed it on the head. That's what we really want to have happen here. We want these reforms that President Trump is doing to be long lasting. I don't want this to be 4 years and done, and that was fun, woohoo, now we got to go back to the other crap. We don't want that. We want what President Trump is doing for the rest of the existence of this country until God himself, in my opinion, Jesus, returns. That would be great. We'll see what happens. We'll cover it either way. And conservative media, the left wing, they know what they're doing. They're trying to brainwash and lie all the time. No fun and boring. Anyway, 20 minutes until 5 o'clock Eastern time. Really looking forward to seeing the president here, especially the fact that he spoke about.
And there's not many of a
on
big
Truth
crowd,
Social
dude,
and on
so
camera
they
yesterday
don't know
about
what
this
they're
4
doing.
o'clock, and he also said at 5 o'clock that there would be the actual signing. So as soon as we see any live feed, and as you guys know and have grown accustomed to, patience, right? Who likes patience? Well, we have to have it. And sometimes at various rallies over the years, it would say that President Trump would be speaking at 7 o'clock, and it wasn't until 8:30. That's just the way it is. So here at Right Side, we know how to tap dance just a little bit, and usually bring on live interviews. But today, being a holiday, we're just really focused in on the president and the White House. And then later, we do know definitely at 8:30 we're starting live. If that changes at all, we'll let you know. But we do know at 9 o'clock there is a July 4th fireworks special at the White House, outside there at the South Lawn. So the president, the first lady there. What I'm looking forward to, outside of all of the great wins and successes just of today, is the U.S. Air Force. I'm hearing that some of these jets are going to be doing a flyover. Love aviation. How awesome is it when you see, I don't know if it's going to be the Thunderbirds or if it's going to be the Blue Angels.
we're just trying to look and see what else we've got.
Plane or planes will fly. But I did see the Blue Angels pretty recently. It was pretty awesome to see that show. I'd like to see the Thunderbirds. That'd be cool too. In the meantime, let's take a commercial break. We'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed, so join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live Show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
To celebrate our newest launch, Rev 7, I'm bringing you an amazing introductory offer, plus an exclusive overstock sale that you're not going to want to miss. Rev 7 is our premium energy drink that tastes great and gives you energy all day with no jitters and no crashes. That's because there's no sugar and no caffeine. I'm so sure you're going to love Rev 7 that for a limited time you can try our 3-pack absolutely free. Or check out our Percale bed sheets. I can't believe I'm even going to say this. Every color, every style, every size, only $29.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 20% on our Rev 7 12-packs or try our introductory 3-pack absolutely free. And our Percale bed sheets, all sizes only $29.88, even the queens and kings. Inventory is extremely limited, so order now.
Welcome back. It is 4:44. We are looking live there at the White House, looking forward to seeing the one big, beautiful bill signed into law by the 47th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump. Looking forward to going there live as soon as the program starts or if there's any activity. We'll take you there. In the meantime, we do know that Carolyn Levitt just posted a MAGA Minute. So let's take a look at that as we are having a great day here on Friday, July 4th. Thanks so much for streaming in. Looking forward to seeing this event happen. But let's go to Carolyn Levitt.
This was one of the hottest weeks in our nation's history, and I'm not talking temperature. Let's break it all down in this week's MAGA Minute. The jobs numbers for the month of June are in, and the United States added 147,000 jobs, exceeding market expectations for the 4th month in a row. Our unemployment rate fell to 4.1%, again defying expectations. The price of eggs has rapidly declined under President Trump, inspiring Waffle House to announce that it has removed its egg surcharge from the menu. In a huge win for women who play sports, the Department of Education secured an agreement with the University of Pennsylvania to remove men from women's sports, and it corrects the record in favor of sanity. President Trump continues to deliver trade deals. He announced a trade deal with Vietnam, which will give the U.S. total access to their markets for the first time ever. The president also visited Alligator Alcatraz in Florida, reaffirming our commitment to law and order in our country. And he visited the great state of Iowa to kick off a series of celebrations across the country to celebrate next year's 250th birthday of the United States. And finally, Congress worked hard to deliver the one big beautiful bill to President Trump's desk. This bill means no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, and a big beautiful tax cut for everyone. It's on the way. And for those of you celebrating our nation's birthday, the cost of a 4th of July cookout for 10 people skyrocketed by more than 20% under Joe Biden, but that cost has dropped under President Trump. This 4th of July, we are celebrating not only the birth of our great nation, but the birth of a golden age of economic prosperity for you and your family, and the best is yet to come. We'll see you for next week's MAGA Minute. Happy Independence Day.
Well, there you go. Press Secretary Carolyn Levitt, if not the best press secretary of all time.
There's where they're going to sign it right now.
Great ones. She's definitely already at the top of the list, or at least in the top 5, because Speaking of 5, it's only been 5.5 months since President Trump has been in office.
All right, we're down to
and,
13
she
minutes.
Had that position
13
right out of the
minutes.
gate, and
let's see if Trump
doing a
does
great
come
job.
down and
It's always,
sign it at
great
5.
to watch a press conference.
It is
there
going
and
to be
see how
long.
she handles some of the fake.
And like I
media
said, what I could
questions.
probably
As
do
we
is
know,
during
there are
that
some
time, I could
conservative media, and they're
freaking
great to see that.
play Metroid
And
Prime.
great to have that voice.
And then when I
because
see it happen,
that is
boom,
the
I get
voice
back out.
of
I
the
get back
nation.
in
We
there.
see that happening.
Because I always watch it
Like
with
the
Jeremy.
right side of
Keep
history,
an eye
the
on Jeremy.
conservative media is far greater than mainstream media because there may be more money over there or a few corporate heads that we like this CNN stuff, let's keep jamming that to the American people. Well, the American people are turning it off and they're watching right side of history stuff, conservative media. So far greater also because of the truth and common sense and standing up for what is right, and that's what we're doing. And we saw President Trump say fight, fight, fight on that day on J13. And what a huge moment that was for not only his candidacy and to become the president. He already was going to win. You think about it, landslide victories over the past 3 elections, except for the second one. We know what happened there. But anyway, so it's 4:49, Friday, July 4th. So what I'm thinking about is the fact that Carolyn just talked about Waffle House and the egg surcharge is gone. My wife and I and our baby, we were just at Waffle House like 2 weeks ago. Great, it was fun. We liked it. Hey, waffles taste dang good. And it's good to save some money and have some good eats too. So hopefully you guys are having a good time out there. I'll tell you, I wish I was with you guys out there. If you're watching at an event right now, or maybe you're watching just at a picnic, or if you're not out with anybody and just watching here live, thanks so much for streaming in, because this is a family event. I mean, look at this. This is the great White House. This is the great president, Donald Trump. This is the one big, great, beautiful bill that he's going to sign into law. So we'll bring all of that to you in just a minute. Now, also, 2 days ago, the White House sent out, the communications office sent out to all the networks, including ours, that tonight, or now, in about 10 minutes, at 5 o'clock, the President and First Lady would participate in the military family picnic on the south lawn of the White House. So that's what this is. In the meantime, the President's going to sign the one big beautiful bill at the military family picnic. And on top of that, I'm hearing that there will be U.S. Air Force jets doing a flyover. I haven't confirmed if it's during this or if it's going to be later tonight for the firework display, or both. I'll take a double dip of that. That'd be cool to see the U.S. Air Force just fly over the White House like that. I am leading to that while he's signing this bill, that the Air Force will be flying over right here in just a few minutes. So really looking forward to tossing it out there live as it's 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks again for watching wherever you're watching right now throughout our country, whether it's the East Coast time zone, Central, Mountain, West Coast. Some of you watching out there, way out there in Hawaii and in Alaska. Also, to those of you watching from other countries, I've seen people say to us on here, hey, I'm watching from this country or that country, including Australia the other day, Somalia the other day, Portugal. So it's awesome to see that this is a national broadcast, but also an international broadcast. And it's great because it's all about the common sense of this country and the Constitution of our land as we celebrate the independence of our land and of our people. 249 years ago today. We are 365 days out from the huge America 250 bash that'll be there at the Iowa State Fairgrounds. So those of you that watched last night, thanks for streaming, and thanks for streaming right now. If you're watching this on replay, thanks for watching whatever time it is, wherever you are right now. We're looking forward to a lot of wins in our country. And what we want is those of you small business owners out there, you want the cost of goods or the cost of production to go down. If you're in construction, you want the same. You want, let's be real, you want more money in your pocket, and you're working hard for it. And so this president is working to get that done for you. Let's go to a couple of sponsors as well, as I'm hearing that we can go to callsheet.com/RSBN. So you see who will President Trump pardon this year. There's a number of people there, including Steve Bannon. But here's the thing. sometimes whether the polls or whether these things are on there, they're just questions, right? It could be any question about pretty much anything, including politics and faith and sports and technology and all sorts of things. So callsheet.com is one of our great sponsors. So this is the largest U.S. prediction market, and it's all sorts of different questions out there, as I said. So these are real money markets, people trading on what they think will happen. They're often more accurate than polls because money's on the line. And Callsheet, we're told, has more than 1 million users and has facilitated over 2 billion worth of trades. So I check out the app on occasion, especially right here on Right Side, just to see what people are talking about. I mean, sometimes it's about the weather in New York City. It's all sorts of things that people are betting and trading on, whether it's inflation, elections, or stuff like even the Grammys, you know. I watch the Grammys once in a while. I haven't watched it in years, but it's a great way to sense where the public is leaning beyond the headlines and vibes. So if you want to try it out, Callsheet is giving a $10 to anyone who signs up using the link of callsheet.com/RSBN, and if you trade $100 there, so you get that $10. If you'd like to donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network, you can do so as well. All you have to do is go to rsbnetwork.com/donate or text RSBN to 855-575-7888. So I'm not into any guilt trip stuff at all with this because, to be honest, asking for money, right? It's not, who's comfortable doing that? But I will say, just the facts. There's no big corporation paying the bill here. So if you do like conservative media, obviously you watch all of our coverage for free. Just getting the pool feeds that we have costs quite a big penny there. So as we expand and continue to have hosts on the air and shows and just become more of a full-fledged news network. I mean, we are that now because we're covering it just as any network would. But if there's $1 or $2 or any more, if you'd like to give it to us, it's all for conservative media. It literally is. Yeah, sure, it goes to some salaries and that kind of thing, but how do you gotta pay your workers, right? So RSBN, great company, of course, been around since 2015. So all those rallies, all those speeches, and all this live coverage here that we bring you, so glad to do it, and we'll continue to do it, especially when we have these great sponsors and great donations from many people across this country. President Trump to sign the big, beautiful bill into law. We're seeing some activity go on right now, the people with their cameras up. Why don't we go there live and see what's going on?
Let's see what's happening now. It's 5 minutes to 5. Put the volume up a little bit. Well, I'll leave it like that because they get copyrighted because of the damn song. Just keeping an eye on this, making sure I don't get copyrighted for that. For some reason, they are so picky, YouTube. People are waving over there or something, but people are looking that way. So could be the musicians.
Ladies and gentlemen, under the direction of Lieutenant Colonel Ryan Nowlin, please welcome the President's own United States Marine Band.
Alright, it's just the band. Maybe one day I will go to Washington and just walk around the White House and take a look inside. I'm seeing in Jeremy's cast. Wow. All right, let me take a look real quick. All right, everything's good. All right, back to the cast. Yeah, but like I said, one day I will go to the White House.
All right, so it's 5 o'clock Eastern time right now as the military picnic there will be taking place any minute from now as we await President Trump and the First Lady Melania Trump. So going to be quite the event there. We'll bring it to you live in its entirety, of course. Beautiful to hear from the Marine Band. If you've ever gotten a chance to actually see this is pretty awesome stuff because I believe it's not too far from the White House there. You could actually
I bet you Kamala would have never
US
done all this.
Marine Band. And they are
probably
awesome. And
never
it's a
do this.
really cool event there. They do all sorts of cool things there at that event. So great to see the Marine Band there outside the White House as you're looking live. Various vantage points, of course, of the 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And again, I believe that the U.S. Air Force, some of the jets will be flying right over during this military picnic. This is going to be a military family picnic that just is kicking off right now. As we're standing by for the leader of the free world, the commander-in-chief himself, President Trump, and his wife, the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump. So this is going to be great to watch. And I know that a lot of you are watching right now on various sites right now. So hello to you. Thanks so much for streaming with us here on Right Side. And, you know, once today is wrapped up and when we see even tonight at, it's now 8 o'clock Eastern that will be live for the firework display. The president will be in attendance there outside the White House with the First Lady. You know, we look into the weekend, right? Saturday and Sunday, and if there's no breaking news, then, you know, hopefully it'll be just a nice weekend. But as soon as Monday rolls around, our cameras keep on going. We have the fact that the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, will be at the White House on Monday. So we'll have live coverage of that. Robert McNeely will be in studio for that on Monday. I'll return to the studio on Tuesday morning and just, you know, sometimes we see that there's a press briefing from Carolyn Levitt, or if there's an executive order signing at the Oval Office, or if there's a press conference with the State Department or the Department of Defense, and just really following the news that's coming out of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and any other stories that are out there that we monitor here at the network, including just the other day, that was awesome to see President Trump down in Florida at Alligator Alcatraz as he was touring that new facility for criminal illegal aliens when it comes to housing, processing, and deporting those criminal illegal aliens. There's an airport right next to the facility. And then just the other week in Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, shout out to those of you from West Virginia and Oklahoma. I'll give you a reason why there's a shout out there in a second. But in Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, a new Customs Border Protection agent training facility. So we see that this administration and the Department of Homeland Security very serious about sealing the border and the mass deportation operation. And though the people on the left may, cry foul, there's no foul.
I'm trying to see if there's any news on it.
That just like if any of us travel to another country, you'd have to have either a visa or a passport, both. How long are you going to be here, that kind of thing. You can't just come into a country without having the proper documents. It's just the way it is. It's great to see legal immigrants come to our country. And it's all part of the way it is. My grandpa, he's from Cuba. That's why I have the last name Alvarez. So it's just part of the way it is. But I was born in this country, a legal citizen, of course. You've got all the paperwork you need. But the point is, we're for legal immigration. Anyway, switching gears back to Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, and Oklahoma. The reason why I want to give a shout out to those two great states, and trust me, I love all of the states out there. I've been to most of them. Still have a few on the list to go to, but West Virginia and Oklahoma, all red. Every county voting for President Trump in both of those states. So if you live in Tulsa, or if you live in Harpers Ferry, or in Charleston, West Virginia, or wherever you're from in those two states, shout out to you guys. Also, shout out to all the swing states and all of the states that said, you know what, we're voting.
There's not much to talk about, so tomorrow is the same.
If you live in a blue state,
start doing my yard
I know
work.
it's tough because
I do need to start.
You look at places like New York, right? New York City versus upstate New York, a lot more, and Long Island and Staten Island. There's a lot of Republican red going on there when it comes to voting for President Trump. And then you look at portions of California, big time MAGA country in spots. I know it's not easy to live in a blue state, but hopefully what will happen is more people will come to the right side of history and become more aware of all the lies that they've been brainwashed with the mainstream media. Anyway, let's shift it down a few notches here and just enjoy the fact that this is July 4th, 2025. It is Independence Day, 249th Independence Day for our country. Proud to be an American, proud as all get out to be an American, to be in the land of the free, and to listen to songs like from the late Toby Keith, Made in America. I've been listening to that song for the past couple days. If you have Pandora or Apple Music or Spotify, wherever you listen to your music, or if you just want to go to various sites, whether it's X or YouTube, Rumble, that kind of thing, type in Toby Keith, Made in America. Just a great song, a great song. I love it so much. And courtesy of the red, white, and blue and all of that from Toby. And we do miss him, and also people like Rush Limbaugh, two great patriots. But thank God that we have people that are really carrying that torch into the future of freedom for our nation. And we see that with the outsider himself, the commander-in-chief, the common sense leader, President Trump. So hey, we're on the same team. Those of you on the right side of history, in the sense of the majority of the country that are common sense Americans that say, I love God, I love family, I love country. I'm one of those guys. I know a lot of you are out there watching as well. And I believe there are some, if you are an actual Democrat, if there are any regular Democrats out there, if you know what I mean, not extremists, hopefully even the extreme ones can see the light one of these days. But, it really is great to be an American. It really is. The Constitution, some 249 years ago, 1776, it's just great to be a part of this land. And we're going to be seeing the president here in just a minute. Let's go to a couple sponsors as we await the president. AngelPaste.com out of Spring, Texas. Of course, you can use an RSBN promo code. You got the product right there, but there's a number of products as well as you check out AngelPaste.com, as it's one of our great sponsors. We have a number of great partners here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, as it's 5:07 Eastern Time. Here on July 4th. A shout out to those of you watching in the Central Time Zone, Mountain Time Zone, and out there in the Pacific Time Zone. Thanks so much for streaming in here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. A lot of great sponsors to thank and talk about. As you guys know, we only go to a few commercial breaks where there aren't very long commercials. So what we do here at Right Side is, of course, as hosts and anchors, correspondents, reporters, we just talk about the actual the partnership and some of the products, of course, that are all great.
And maybe
that
I'll
we
get
see
ready
here
to,
at the network. So, all right, live there, and
get a
look
game
at that
going on,
bottom right corner there. You
place I can
see
play
the
Metroid
red,
Prime,
white, and
and
blue
then
America.
I will
the
keep an
American
eye on
flag
this.
there, the United States American flag that was just put up there, a week ago? So it's awesome to see that in the wind right there. As this is the President and the First Lady participating any minute now in the military family picnic. So we'll go to that as soon as we hear any music happening or any kind of just live event. And wherever you're watching again right now, I hope that there's at least a couple places that are watching, whether it's at a store. Like the other day, a buddy of mine down in Florida, they said that at one of the Trump stores, they play Right Side Broadcasting Network. So if that's you, the Trump store down in Florida, I think it's, forget the location specifically, but thank you guys for watching. And if you're watching at maybe a picnic or something, hey, I wish I could take the tie off and join you there and have a burger, you know what I mean? But I do like being here and bringing this to all of you guys here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. As soon as we see President Trump and the First Lady, I'll stop talking and we'll go right there. Trust me, I want to see this whole event happen, including the U.S. Air Force jets flying over the White House. Now, Carolyn Levitt on X and Truth Social said this about the big, beautiful bill just the other day. President Trump's one big, beautiful bill delivers on the common sense agenda that nearly 80 million Americans voted for, the largest middle-class tax cut in history, permanent border security, massive military funding, and restoring fiscal sanity. The pro-growth policies within this historic legislation are going to fuel an economic boom like we've never seen before. President Trump looks forward to signing the one big, beautiful bill into law to officially usher in the golden age of America. That from the press secretary, Carolyn Levitt, who maybe next week there will be a press conference. Of course, you can watch that kind of thing live right here on Right Side. So if you'd like, during just this moment here, all of your friends and family that you know are Trump supporters or Republicans or on the right side of history or the majority of the country, if you'd like, maybe send the link from Rumble or wherever you're watching right now, and just send it to as many people as you know. Just text it over to them and say, hey, why don't you watch this? The president's about to sign the one big, beautiful bill. And then tonight, we'll see the president and the first lady just enjoying the fireworks there at the White House. So depending what time it is where you are watching, maybe you will still be able to watch your local fireworks and then still watch us here on Right Side and watch the fireworks with us. So, hey, you got to watch. I don't want to be here by myself watching the fireworks. You know what I mean? Come on now. Kidding aside. But looking forward to seeing my family a little bit this weekend. A lot this weekend, of course. But a little bit later was what I was trying to say.
Very good.
Between this event and the fireworks tonight. Because, you know, we can talk all about conservative broadcasting and talk about all these political things and our careers and all this stuff. Okay, it's all good. But the family, you remember I was saying God, family, country. And that is what it's all about too. Like having a family, getting married, having children, being a rebel, as Turning Point USA's Charlie Kirk says, be a rebel, go get married and have kids, right? That's part of what it's all about here in this country. All right, let's go back to the White House as the band is now playing. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thanks for watching live here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Just keep an eye on. Yeah, just making sure YouTube doesn't try to copyright it because of the music that's going on. It's the last thing I need. Appreciate you watching, man.
All right, so on X and on Truth Social, Carolyn Levitt just posted the one big beautiful bill is ready for signature. Photo credit to the best staff secretary. His name is Will Scharf, so the assistant to the president and White House staff secretary. If you'd like to see that post, of course, just X or on Truth Social, Carolyn Levitt's account. That just happened just a minute ago.
I'll edit the
holding.
I'll edit my screen
bill. So it's
so
ready
that
for
way
signature.
you guys can.
It's happening. We're going to see it here together on Right Side Broadcasting Network. In the meantime, let's look at some of the Truth Social posts from President Trump. As of right now, a lot of videos earlier just about July 4th.
I'll be editing the
Let's go
stream
live now
so
to
that
watch.
way.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and First Lady Melania
There
Trump.
he is. He's here. Just in time. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and First Lady Melania Trump.
There we are, man. There we go. You. Put the volume up here. As they're waiting for
Ladies and gentlemen, Master Gunnery Sergeant Kevin Benier, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band, will now honor America with the singing of our national anthem, followed by a flyover consisting of a B-2 Spirit bomber from Whiteman Air Force Base, escorted by 2 F-35 fighters in honor of all our military personnel who participated in Operation Midnight Hammer and who are currently serving both home and abroad, protecting our nation's freedom.
At the twilight's last moon. still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right. We're waiting for something else to happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and First Lady Melania Trump.
Here we go. Here we go.
Well, thank you very much. And that is some sight, especially after what happened just a week ago when you look at that big, beautiful plane, and the other ones were something. It was an incredible mission. And I think I can say very proudly, and I don't have to quote the polls, that our country is more proud right now than it's been in many, many years. We have pride, we have dignity, we have something that's happened miraculously so fast. You know that our military now is the most sought-after job there's ever been, serving in our military. 1 year ago, people didn't want to join our military. They didn't want to join our police, our firefighters. They didn't want to join anything having to do with our country. And now, as you probably know, the enlistment is at an all-time record. We're packed. We're full. And I just think that's so important because that was so sad 1 year ago when I heard those statistics. We had a different president, but nobody wanted to join, and now we're at a record. And I will say that I just left NATO, where we had a tremendous experience. They've agreed to put up over $1 trillion a year. They went from less than 2% to 5%, and nobody thought that was possible. And they told me very strongly, the leaders of a big part of the world, very respected people all, they told me that, 1 year ago your country was dead, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. So that's the way it is, and that's the way we like it. And it's only going to get hotter. I promise you that. After that spectacular display of American power, let me just say that God bless the United States military, and God bless the USA. God bless the USA. And to all Americans, I want to wish you a very happy Independence Day, happy 4th of July. This is going to be something special. This spirit in this country, we haven't seen anything like it in many, many years and decades. Let me also express our gratitude to our magnificent First Lady. She worked very hard to make this all work. We have a fireworks display about 9 o'clock tonight. I hope you're all going to be around and watch it. I know our congressmen and our senators who are standing right here, so many of them, they did such a great job. They're going to be here. I guarantee you, they're not leaving. They're not leaving. Thanks as well to the National Park Service, the USO, and countless friends and distinguished guests. We have so many people in the audience that have so much to do with the success of our country. We've, I think, had probably the most successful almost 6 months as a president and the presidency. I think they're saying it was the best 6 months, and I know for a fact they're saying the last 2 weeks there has never been anything like it as far as winning, winning, winning. So as you know, 2 weeks ago, our incredible Air Force pilots conducted one of the most successful military strikes in all of history, Operation Midnight Hammer, and that's exactly what it was. It was a hammer. This evening, we're honored to be joined by 150 airmen and their families from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, home of the B-2 bomber. And we've kept them a little bit on guard. We kept them a little bit, let's be a little bit quiet about it. But if you want to raise your hand very quickly, raise your hand, because you people are just incredible. They don't want to be in disguise. You know, they say, we don't have to do that. They're looking at us like we're a bunch of babies. We don't have to be in disguise. We saw all those hands go up. Thank you very much. We owe you everything. Great job. Incredible. Just flawless. One of the most flawless military campaigns in the history of our country. If you remember years ago, they had helicopters crashing into each other. It was a disaster, the hostages in Iran. And we had just the opposite. We didn't have any crashes. We didn't lose any planes. We didn't lose anybody. Those beautiful planes that you saw were totally stealth. They flew right over the center of a very hostile country, and they never even saw it coming. And then they said, skedaddle. They dropped the bombs. They said, skedaddle. And that big sucker turned over like this on its side, and it got out of there. Well, I'll tell you what, how they do that, but they can do it. I asked our great General Kane, how do they do that? Do they really love doing that? Look at them, they're all laughing. And they said, do they really like doing it, sir? They can't wait. Better you than me. That's all I can say. It was a flawless mission. Every single bomb hit, and it was total obliteration. Total obliteration. Now, even the fake news is admitting that. They hated to admit it, but they had no choice. That was an incredible thing, and these heroic pilots showed our enemies what it means to fly, fight, and win. To every service member who supported that mission, and we have many of them here. We've made we've made you proud by supporting, but you've made us even prouder by having the courage to get in those gorgeous machines and fly through the roughest airspace anywhere in the world. And we salute you and we honor you. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. And we're also honored and delighted to be joined by hundreds of service members and military families. Those families are the best we have, from all across the U.S. Armed Forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, Space Force. I love the Space Force. You know why? Because we're the ones that did it. It's turned out to be a very invaluable force, actually. The Coast Guard and the Marines are incredible people. On behalf of our entire nation, this 4th of July, we thank you for keeping America safe, strong, sovereign, and free. Thank you very much for being here. Great honor. And stick around for the fireworks. And our country's had so much to celebrate this Independence Day. As we enter our 249th year, America is winning, winning, winning like never before. We're not, I'll tell you, we're in a category now that's where we've wanted to be for a long time. We suffered with 4 horrible years of embarrassment. Afghanistan may be the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. We're never going to let a thing like that happen again. Trillions of dollars are pouring into the United States for investment purposes. Almost $15 trillion. There's never been anything like it. There's never been anything even close. The stock market's at an all-time high. Jobs are at an all-time high. Everything's at an all-time high, and we're going to keep it that way. We have the greatest country in the world, and we're back. We're back like nobody thought possible this quickly. I thought it would take, maybe a year, maybe 2 years, maybe even 3. And we did it in less than 6 months. We are back and strong. We've restored American strength and deterrence on the world stage. We're respected again. The world is respecting us again. When we did NATO, those leaders came up to me and they said, you know what, we're going to go to a new level of spending because you're requesting it, sir. They didn't talk to your last president like that, I can tell you. They didn't spend any money. They didn't spend anything. In a few moments, we're going to make official the greatest victory yet when I signed the one big, beautiful bill. And before I start, I want to tell you that I've never seen people so happy in our country because of that, because so many different groups of people are being taken care of, the military and civilians of all types, jobs of all types. We're adding things like the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, child tax credits. So many things are being added that we wouldn't even have time to discuss them. When we were doing it, John Thune and Mike Johnson right there, I see Mike, what a job they've done. What a job they've done. But you know, it was supposed to be in 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 different bills. And I was on one of the fake news shows and I said, let's do it in one beautiful, big, we want one big, beautiful bill. I said that to this newscaster, and I think a lot of the congressmen and senators were watching, and they said, let's name the bill that, the one big, beautiful bill. And that's what we did, and what we've done is put everything into one bill. It's never happened before. It's the biggest bill of its type in history. We've never had anything like that before. Nothing like that they thought would be possible to get passed. And actually, I liked it because we had so much in there that no matter who you are, there was something in that bill that would make your congressman or your senator or your congresswoman, much more importantly, raise their hand and support, right, Lisa? So that was something, and it was really something special. So the American people gave us a historic mandate in November. We won everything. We won the swing states, all 7 swing states. We won every one. That rarely happens. We won the popular vote. We won the districts, 2,750 to 505. That's why when you look at a map, it's all red, a little blue on each end, but it's all red. And by the way, red means Republican, just in case. But we made promises, and it's really promises made, promises kept, and we've kept them. This is a triumph of democracy on the birthday of democracy, and I have to say that the people are happy. They're happy. And I listened to a broadcast, and I read a couple of articles. They have the Democrats, they should have voted for it. They didn't vote for tax cuts. They didn't vote for taking care of people. They didn't vote, not one vote, and we knew that because their hatred of either the country or me or both is so great. They didn't vote at all, and it's terrible. But I just have to say, they have a routine. It's terrible, they say. Terrible, terrible. You saw that guy standing up for hours yesterday. He didn't know what he was even doing there. I say, when's he sitting down? He had a towel. He's wiping his face. That's not too elegant. But what is he? I said, what is he doing for so long? And he couldn't criticize the bill. He was criticizing everyone else and everything else. So they've developed, and this is according to the news media, they've developed a standard line, and we can't let them get away with it. Oh, it's dangerous. Oh, everybody's going to die. It's actually just the opposite. Everybody's going to live. This is just the opposite. And I just want you to know, if you see anything negative put out by Democrats, it's all a con job. And they said, and they compared it to just like the con job of Russia, 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 and all of the other things they did. The 51 intelligence agents said, and the laptop from hell, it came from Russia, they said. No, it didn't come. A lot of things come from Russia. That didn't come from Russia. And it was all proven out to be a fake job, and that's what they're doing with this. So we just have to look forward, fellas, look forward and just say what it is, because it's the most popular bill ever signed in the history of our country. Whether you're military or anybody else, this is the most popular bill ever signed. And it includes the largest tax cut in American history, the largest spending cut, $1.7 trillion. And yet you won't even notice it. Just waste, fraud, and abuse in American history. So you have the biggest tax cut, the biggest spending cut, the largest border security investment in American history. We want to have strong borders. And the only thing is we want to have great elections, too. You need strong borders and elections. And my people have promised me that we're going to go into elections and we're going to make sure they're not rigged, that they're not sullied. We're going to make sure that the elections are going to be fair. You need two things. You need strong borders and you need fair elections.
All right, I'm gonna get
and we're going to make
bottle
sure
of
on the
water, so
elections
I'll be right
also.
back,
And
guys. So,
our armed forces are
enjoy yourselves,
one of the
guys,
most
all right?
vital military modernizations of all time. It will take place. So we rebuilt our military in our first term, and now we're going to modernize and remodernize our military, including building a great golden dome all over our land so that if they get nasty with us, it's going to be knocked down. It's going to make any of the golden domes, they call them the Iron Domes, we're calling ours the Golden Dome, because we did the Iron Domes, and we do sort of everything, if you want to know the truth, but this blows it away. We're going to keep you safe. I want to thank every member of the House and Senate who worked to get this bill on my desk, and many of them are here, and I'm not going to mention all their names because we'll be standing here, but I have to mention a few. And especially I want to thank Vice President J.D. Vance, who's been fantastic, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's been incredible. We have somebody that is, it was a passion. I think he actually loved it. It wasn't easy, but he loved it. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, who's right here. Speaker, thank you very much. What a job, and he worked so closely with the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, who's a fantastic guy. And those two are a team that is not going to be beat. When you look at them and you look at their counterparts on the other side, it's not even close. I want to thank both of you people for doing an incredible job. Thank you very much, John and Mike. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, a brave man. Steve, you know, he suffered a tragedy a number of years ago. I was at his hospital bedside that night with Melania, with our First Lady, and he had no chance. The doctor said he has very little chance, and you look better today than you did then. You didn't look particularly good that night, I will say. But I learned one thing. His beautiful wife loved him. She was a disaster, right? I told him, I said, Steve, I can only tell you one thing. I was with your family and I was with your wife, and your wife was devastated. She loves you. I've seen a lot of wives that, you know, they don't seem to be so concerned in those situations. That's the kind of wife you don't want. But you have a great, beautiful wife who was really there, and you really have done. You're a very brave guy, and Mike and John and everybody that's standing with you knows it. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. House Majority Whip, this is a guy who is great. When I have a problem, I call him up, and he gets it done. He's a tough cookie. I don't know why he's not the governor of Minnesota. He comes from Minnesota. He's like, oh, look, he goes, no, I don't want to run for governor. You know, come to think of it, I think that's a good idea. You would win so easily. The guy is terrible. You would win. You just have to take a look at that handsome face of yours, and you'd win. Tom Emmer, everybody. He did a great job. I think you should consider that, although we don't want to lose him, do we? We don't want to. Let's say we are. I think say we are. What a job you did. And Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso, who's incredible. Senate Finance Chairman Mike Crapo. Thank you, Mike. What a job. What a job. He knows that tax stuff. Him and Jason, they really know their stuff. Senate Budget Committee Chairman Lindsey Graham. What a good man he is. I see a poll. He's running, and I see a poll. He's 24 points up. That's not bad, Lindsey. That's not bad. 24 points up in the great state of South Carolina. House Ways and Means Chairman Jason Smith. What a job. Thank you, Jason. Thank you. These people are great. These are great patriots. I have to call them out. House Budget Committee Chairman Jody Arrington. Jody, thank you very much. Jody has been good right from the beginning, and so many others, and they're all here, and they fully understand. They'll never speak to me again, but that's okay. It is what it is, but I just want to thank everybody. A lot of senators here, a lot of congressmen and women here. Lisa, thank you very much, by the way. I have to thank you. Thank you very much. You've been fantastic. So this bill will fuel massive economic growth and lift up the hardworking citizens who make this country run. The factory workers, farmers, mechanics, waiters, waitresses, police officers, firefighters, coal miners. Coal is back. Beautiful. I said you can't use the word coal unless you precede it by saying clean, beautiful coal. China's right now building 68 coal generating plants, and we're putting up wind. It doesn't work, I will tell you. Aside from ruining our fields and our valleys and killing all the birds and being very weak and very expensive, all made in China. I noticed something, that with all of the windmills that China sends us, where we waste our money because it's the most expensive energy, I see that, they make about 95% of them, the wind turbines. I have never seen a wind farm in China. Why is that? Somebody check that out. Tom Emmer, would you please check that out? But all the coal miners we love and the truck drivers, in this act, we have officially made the Trump tax cuts permanent. That's the largest tax cut in the history of our country, added to substantial other cuts, which is you're going to see like a rocket ship. We're setting all sorts of economic records right now, and that's before this kicks in. After this kicks in, our country is going to be a rocket ship economically, and we've delivered no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And that's why when you hear things like that, this is it's the biggest bill of its kind ever done by far, but we are going to have a situation, we are going to have something where people are going to realize the level of success and popularity of this bill. And sort of to close it out, it makes the child tax credit permanent for 40 million American families. And to increase the car affordability, it makes interest on a new car payment. So this had never happened before. You buy a car, you borrow money, you're allowed to deduct for income tax purposes your payment of interest. You're allowed to deduct it. It's never happened before. So run out and buy a car. But I have to tell you, it's only good, Mike, if it's made in America. If it's made in another country, you don't get it. And to protect 2 million family farms and other small businesses, we're eliminating the estate tax or the death tax. So if you want to leave your farm or your small business, but the farms they have been devastated, to your children, if you love your children. By the way, if you don't love your children, don't even listen to what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. But if you love, would you live? Yes, I think you love your child. This one loves Barron. So I don't know if we're a small business. I think we're not. I'm not sure that we qualify. I'm sorry, darling. But it was devastating. Farmers, they had to go out and borrow money. And by the way, is that Pam Bondi? Pam Bondi, raise your hand. Thank you, Pam, for being here. Attorney General, she's done an incredible job. So there won't be any, think of this, there won't be any death tax. You're not going to have to go borrow money. Your parents pass away and the farm goes into the bank's hands and gets foreclosed. That's not going to happen. And with 100% expensing for new investments, we're cutting taxes for every manufacturer who builds, expands. And we have expansion at the highest level that we've ever had it. We have hundreds of factories, including car plants and AI. It's coming into our country at levels that we've never seen. And to conclude, not only will we have the strongest economy on earth, we're also going to have the strongest borders on earth. And last month, did you see the number? 0 people crossed our border. 0 illegal people. And that's after Joe Biden let 21 million people, many of them people from gangs and prisons and drug lords and people that were mentally unbalanced, they let them into our country. We're getting them out at record numbers, and we have an obligation to, and we're doing it. So as we approach the 250th anniversary of America's founding exactly 1 year from now, we are creating an economy that delivers wealth for the middle class, a border that is sovereign and secure, and a military that is unmatched, unequaled anywhere in the world. And you saw that. And what a beautiful sight that was, especially after watching what they did just a short while ago. The golden age of America is upon us. We are in the golden age. It's going to be a period of time, the likes of which I don't think this country has ever experienced before, We're going to make America great again, and it's happening very fast. We love you. We thank you for being here. Enjoy the fireworks tonight. And First Lady, I want to thank you. You have been unbelievable. You think it's easy being First Lady? It's not. Thank you all very much. Happy 4th of July. God bless you all. Thank you very much, everybody. We're going to sign the bill now.
All right, they're coming down to sign that bill. Here they come.
Mom, let me go back
They all come being ready to gather around Trump. Be ready to sign that bill. Once you sign it, there we go. Here we go. There we go. Greatest bill in history, signed by President Trump. There you go.
Mr. President, this is the gavel we use to enact the big, beautiful bill, and I want you to have that for your
Are we ready? Are we ready? Good.
Yeah.
Hi, Margie. There you go. 28 points. That's a lot of points. Good job.
All right. Well, there it is. The bill has been signed. Greatest bill in history, bro. Let us hope. Let's hope things will get better now. In the state court.
Honey, now you gotta go in and get the gavel.
You're very trusting.
Give that guy a raise. Give that guy a raise.
Thank you very much, everybody. And I want to thank the people up here. They're unbelievable people. Mary, hi, Mary. How's Scott doing? Good job? Scott, how's the economy? Okay?
Wonderful. It's going to get better. From South Carolina.
It's been amazing. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good time. Happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th.
Happy 4th, Mr. President. Happy 4th. All right.
I'm not so sure that's a good idea. You got a good doctor. He weighs about 20 pounds. Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President.
Okay, thumbs up.
Greatest thing that's ever happened, bro. So there you have it. President Trump has signed the bill and everything. So we're going to be off to a big, good start here. So I want to see the fireworks happen, both. So it may take a while. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to get ready to go play Metroid Prime. So let's get the game-wise started. And I will keep an eye on it with Jeremy. Jeremy will be watching, and I will keep an eye. So if things do go well, I'll be ready to watch it. Let me lower my webcam. There. Yep. So I gotta go, and I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit my all right, so let's see. I'm gonna try to edit the all right, let's do an edit here. Yeah. I wrote down the initials so that way everybody can understand that. So while this thing is live, I'm gonna edit this thing right now. I'm just trying to edit. So
Data received.
there we go. Yeah, right now keep an eye on Jeremy and I'll be playing the game. right, here we go. All right, this is the part where I gotta kill it. Chat pages.
Recorded to logbook. Recorded to logbook. Recorded to logbook. Recorded to logbook.
All right, I gotta get that. What the? Oh, dude. I was on the tip of it, man. Jesus, man. And yesterday I did better to grab that to jump on that. Now I can't do it. It's so weird. I fell. I just wish the camera angles was better, that I could jump and then move the camera where I want it to move, but it won't let me have it. Nice and easy. I don't like camera move. There we go. Nice. Yeah.
Recorded to logbook. Recorded to logbook.
Alright, just looking at everything I can log. That's my my brother's dog. I'm babysitting. Shh. There's the turrets. Damn. That is a nice video. No, we can't open that door yet. Yeah, I still can't open it. Alright, I thought I can open it. Alright, so we go in, we gotta take care of these guys. Darkest. Alright, there goes Jeremy. Left for right now. I got 3 hours, so I could probably play this. Keep an eye on it at the same time. I guess that's it. Let's think. So that way, yes. All of this. is that big monster? Yeah, that's that big one. Oh, let me get to that, but that's probably going to be later. Let me think. Alright, thinking that I think I'm missing something here. What the? Oh. What? Ah. He keeps stepping. There's gotta be something in there, in this area. see some.
Data received.
Oh, I'm not on right side broadcast. That's weird. That's where they put me over here instead of right side broadcast. I guess they were done for right now until things get back to work. Right. How do I get in? Problem. Problem is, how do I get in? Gotta be something in the room that I'm missing. What it is. See if I got anybody. I don't know yet. All right. Yeah. And I'm gonna go take a look. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta get the dogs outside, so I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Right through here. Can't go through that door. The door, and it wouldn't let me go in there. Going back. I don't know what's going on. I tried to go to that door, it wouldn't let me. Trying to fight these guys. There it is. There's our reason. Take first. Something's not right. I know it's gotta be. Because it gives me the green that I can go in that door, but for some reason it doesn't give me the green. Alright, let's take a look. Again indicates the presence of a power counter behind the statue. Nice statue. Nice statue. Gotta find what statue. Statue of Wish I had somebody to help me. This statue. They say scan indicates the presence of a power conduit behind the statue. Okay, to like. Wish it gave me a line of where it is, where to follow. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Alright, where was I? Jesus. Alright, so let me think. Thank you so much. That's thankful. Okay. What statue are we talking about? The only statue that I can think of is this one right here. Oh. You get up. Okay. I know that, but I don't know how to get in there. Give me a hint. All you're telling me is a statue. Tell me an object like this behind another, behind a statue. You're not giving me anything specific. Scan indicates the presence of a power conduit behind the statue. What statue? I don't get it. Statue. Platform. I don't know what they're talking about. Behind a statue. I am stuck. It doesn't give me a hint. Behind a statue. give me a clue. What do I need to find? Presence of a power conduit behind the statue. So what sucks about it is it doesn't pinpoint where it is. Right. What do if I had, there, I know there's something I need. There must be something that I need. I don't know how to get to it. It won't give me a sign of what do I need to do. I really don't want to go back into that damn place. Let me think. Down here. Door, but I can't get through that door yet. Where went from? Use a video. But I'm just trying to figure out what I'm gonna do, guys. I don't know what to do. I'm very lost. Literally, I'm lost. I mean, I want to get to this part, but I can't get to it because this ain't telling me, this ain't giving me no clues. This is not giving me a clue. All it tells me is but it doesn't say if I need a weapon or something. Hide this, hide a missile, hide a power beam. Nothing. trying to see if I can. Something like that, I had to use a ball thing. If I can see something. Just want to try this. Alright, come on. I'm gonna try to see if I can get up there and leave it. Something. Oh, weakness of colors. Nothing. No weaknesses, anything. Only showing me this. God, I hate it when I get stuck. I hate it when I get stuck. Yeah, but how? Well, how do I do it? The door's right there. Okay. Obviously this thing is not helping. Ain't helping. This is not helping. I can't even jump in the freaking thing, dude. It's behind the statue. But is it this statue we talking about, or is it another statue that's somewhere around here, which... Not even a missile can move it. It says this thing is worn out. Again indicates the presence of a power conduit behind the statue. But where in specific? And the bottom is out. hate when they do this. They don't want to go first. Maybe they don't want to look at. Fine. Dang it. Around here, a statue behind. I don't know what behind the statue. Which statue are we talking about? I don't know what it's talking about. I can't figure it out. Supposed to help me find it. Alright, let me see. Obviously, I've got to get something to break this. There's obviously something that I have to do. Let's see something. Ready the vision. Gotta see something. Why we know it's. He's going back to the beginning. I want to see what he did exactly. That's what I did. What? That's what I did. That's what I freaking did. So. Wait a minute. So wait a minute. He got something that was. Let me see something. Wait. Hold the thought. It's something to do with in here. Let's see what he did. Obviously something, it must have been something I missed. Hey, wait a minute. Let's see what he did. He must have done something on the way. Missed. Okay, wait a minute. I don't understand. Freaking. I don't get it, dude. I don't get what he did. How did he break this? So let me see. He switched it. That's what I'm saying. That's what he did. That's all he did. He just did this, and that's it. break. Oh my god. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. I must have missed something. That's ridiculous. It's like he hit something to break it. I don't know what he did. Well, let me see something. Let's see something. Right. Trying to think what he did. I'm trying to think how he got this broken. There's no way in heck, man. There's no way in heck, man. Couldn't have missed anything. Yeah, I know. Super missile. Let's see something. I need to open the doors. I missed something. No, I did. Gotta be something that I missed. You're wasting my time with this. Okay. Map. Okay. Oh, there's something. Come on. I'm taking too long. I know that for a fact. I'm supposed to finishing up. I'm just trying to think, man. And I hate doing this, man. I hate it. Come on. Let me see some. I didn't get the super missile. Let me see, man. You know I got it. I went in the middle and I got that thing, man. Dude, are you serious? Let me see. Something's not. I don't know how to do it. It's like I think it's something, bro. That's where I went to jump over and I got the thing. I hate it when this happens. I'm trying to figure this thing out, and I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do that super missile. There was somebody in the chat that can tell me that. Nobody in the chat that can tell me. Get ready to cry. Ah, here we go. Thank you. Ugh. Had to figure that out. Bam. Finally. Had to figure that out. Now I know. I know where it is. We're going in right now. I should save it. Let me go save it first. That way I don't have to worry about the door. I knew there was something wrong, dude. Thank God I figured it out. Thank God that I had to figure it out.
love that kind of stuff here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, let's go to president. Just about, a couple hours ago, when he was speaking outside of the White House at the balcony there, on the balcony, to the military family picnic.
Neglects the auto targeting system, getting one may be possible to require all team targets. Okay, which I'm going to use this. Okay, that's grappling. That's where I came from. Yeah, that's where I came from. I didn't go that way. I need to go that way. Gotta figure that out. I think I can't go through this. Let's see. Like in the camera. Sit here. Why cooking all this? All that's lava. Those gravel. So I couldn't even get through there. Oh, that's... Look. Get back up here and then we'll do this, we'll save it and we'll stop here. Alright, let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on over here. Yeah, we're still waiting for the 4th of July celebrations going on, so... Okay. All right, so let's all right, let's get back over here and hold off for a minute.
That kind of stuff? No, that doesn't work. You have to have successful people, winners. And President Trump's a winner.
All right, so we stopped playing for right now. So let's get back to
To another great candidate coming up, but that's still 3+ years away. We have a lot of work to get done, even though the big beautiful bill is now the big beautiful law. Even though we're about to celebrate this 249th Independence Day together here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's just pause for a
I
minute.
know. There we go. That's
Beautiful.
why.
God's creation right there. Beautiful sunset in the nation's capital.
Those of you that watched, thank you. I appreciate that, guys, very much.
Thanks to President Trump.
I'm going right back now to watching the
29 p.m. Eastern Time, so it's the
presidential thing going on.
The president, the leader of the free world, the common sense leader, President Trump, and his wife, Melania Trump, the First Lady. As they watch the fireworks, we'll watch it right there with them. Thanks so much for streaming with us right now on Right Side. Before we continue on, when it comes to a portion of President
You guys
Trump's
keep watching
speech
this. I'll be
about
right back
the big
for a
beautiful
minute.
bill, and also for the speech from Iowa just yesterday, I wanted to bring on T.S. Dixon quickly to get his thoughts on just everything that's going on right now. Basically, your reaction, sir. Thanks again for joining us. This is conservative analyst and author T.S. Dixon. Your thoughts just about this big, beautiful law that's now the law for the land here in America.
Yeah, I loved it. I mean, this is really a celebration day. It's symbolic. I love the timing of the event, that it's happening on the 250th anniversary birthday of America. But, you know, they did a great job. I've got to hand it to Mike Johnson and the Republicans and the leadership and the Congress, the House, the Senate. They've done a fantastic job here. And Trump should be very proud of this legislation. It's a huge accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, today, you know, his speech, which we'll play a little bit more of it, I mean, you can tell this is something that is a massive historic piece of legislation, and it's now law. So we're going to see the returns on it for we the people moving forward. Let's shift over to Independence Day. Of course, it's our 249th Independence Day. Of course, I was saying earlier, thank God for our founding fathers. 1776. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it all happened there on July 4th, 1776, when they got together and ratified the Declaration of Independence to declare our freedom and separation from the British Empire. That set off the movement, the liberty movement, that would see us become the first free nation and experiment with the Enlightenment and awakening ideas of free republican government and create the American experiment, which was the first of its kind, that then over 119 other nations would mimic when they saw the success of our movement and of our freedoms over the next 100 years. So it's just an incredible thing. You know, mankind has been around more than 6,000 years, and for most of that, people suffered under tyrants and rulers and kings and dictators and despots. And only for 250 years now, on this day, have we, as a people, been experiencing freedom. And so it's a really special, wonderful day. It's great to share it with your kids, with your family, and teach them what it means to be free. I know we've all been born and grown up in it our entire lives, so it's hard to imagine that it could be any other way, but it really is in other parts of the world where they're not free. And for most of the history of mankind, there wasn't what we have today with this system of government. So happy birthday, United States of America.
Amen, amen. And you know, you bring up a good point. Like, our country didn't just roll over when we're like, you know, Biden is in office and here's Harris and all that. No, everybody was saying, no, hold on now. This is the U.S. of A., man. You don't do that here, right?
We came close. You know, they were conspiring together to put Trump in prison on false charges. There were a couple assassination attempts. An assassin's bullet grazed his head and his ear. And you know, along with, you know, nonstop lying and slandering and smearing and defaming by all of these corporate media entities, which are now paying tens of $1 million lawsuits and settlements. So, the whole system of corruption has done everything they can to try and stop this man, stop this presidency, stop these reforms, and he just keeps rolling through. I love that Mike Johnson and Trump and J.D. Vance were just taking a moment to really think about and acknowledge all of the great wins we've had just in the last 2 weeks for peace, for prosperity, for legal battle wins. And so this president, there's never been anything like it. It's unprecedented, this presidency.
Exactly. Historic time for truth and transparency. I have a very simple question. I know the answer from my perspective, but you were saying that they were trying to stop Trump. Everything's about stopping Trump. Why were they trying to stop him?
Well, what happens is, in the West, we've had three great establishment tyrannical movements. The first was the medieval papacy that ruled Europe for 1,000 years, and they finally broke free from that. Then you had the monarchies and empires of Western Europe. The most powerful one was the British Empire. And finally, in 1776, on 4th of July, we separated from them and then fought the Revolutionary War to set ourselves free from that. And now what we have is a multinational banking corporate and political power establishment elite in the West that is the top of our hierarchical pyramid that has been growing more and more despotic, tyrannical, and oppressive. And so every time that you have that, where there's an entrenched group, an entrenched establishment, they know that always there comes a deliverer. There always comes a populist movement, an uprising of the people, and then there's a champion for those people. And that champion is the charismatic leader that leads the reform effort to undo and break the power hold of the establishment and bring in a new era of peace, prosperity, and also development, advancement of mankind. After the 1500s, after the Reformation, we saw great advancements, and especially after 1776, we saw tremendous advancements through the industrial revolutions and whatnot. And so these establishments are always on guard looking for these charismatic leaders, these champions that are going to lead the pick up the cause of the people and bring the reforms that will ultimately doom their power hierarchy, right? Their elitism. And so that's why, Trump has become that figure, that champion, and he's strong. He's indomitable. No matter what they throw at him, it just makes him stronger somehow, not weaker. Things that just chop other politicians and other leaders off at the knees, off at the ankles, off at the waist, the neck, and they're done for. Their career's over. They blasted him with anything and everything times 100, and he just comes back stronger, and then they end up getting defeated and destroyed. So it's fantastic to watch. We're watching it happen here again, and that's why they've thrown everything in the kitchen sink at Trump, and nothing has stopped him.
Greatly said there. It made me think of Nigel Farage in the UK. He's leading the Reform UK party, so he's trying to be the same kind of thing where he's saying make Britain great. So would you agree that Nigel Farage is similar in the sense of what President Trump's doing? And how about Nayib Bukele in El Salvador and Viktor Orban in Hungary and Jair Bolsonaro, the former president of Brazil, and on, right? These are the same types of figureheads, right?
Yeah, in Malay and Argentina, it goes on and on. The whole West, the West, the modern West, is 60 plus countries, depending on how you define it. And all of these countries have been suffering from this international liberal order for far too long, for decades, and they just keep going more and more left and becoming more and more oppressive and instituting crazier and crazier laws and practices and enforcing these on the people. And enough is enough. So all of these countries, from Italy, Argentina, the Netherlands, America, we're seeing these uprisings, these populist movements, and they're going to just spread because the people have had enough, and it's time for sanity to have its way and for freedom to be the top priority, not leftism, not wokeness.
Exactly. It sounds like common sense to me, and that's why the president won the past 3 elections, technically the 2016 and 2024. We know what happened in 2020, but we, the people, are saying, oh yeah, enough is enough, because it's the majority of the country. And isn't it interesting, TS, that the mainstream media, because they had, and I don't think they have it anymore, because we, the people, have woken up, that big megaphone that's saying all of these things that are so wrong with, MAGA Republicans and President Trump, they're talking about, what, 70% of the nation? Like, they don't have that many people on that side. I get there's some mob wokeness mobs out there with, LA and that kind of thing, but most of them are paid protesters too. So it's a strange thing that we see happening.
Yeah, and I think the numbers will go down even farther now that the beautiful bill has been passed and the border wall is fully funded. There's $6 billion for tech and drone on the border. The Border Patrol is fully funded. ICE is fully funded. So this effort is now going to be on steroids, and he's making a quick work while making exceptions for, essential workers in the farming and hospitality and, boutique business world. And I think that that's a good policy too. I know all of MAGA might not agree with it. But there's another thing about what you just mentioned with the elections. It's not being covered a lot, but Grassley in the Congress, just released a report of evidence that they received about Chinese nationals flying in pre-printed ballots in 2020 and driving them to election stations. And these are also for many that signed affidavits. There's like over 1,000, I think, that signed affidavits. And one was a Pennsylvania truck driver that was driving a load in the middle of the night over the border of his state, and he checked the back to see what the cargo was, and it was all of these finely boxed, pre-printed ballots. And now we have the evidence that was coming from Chinese nationals as an election interference operation that they were doing in coordination with people in our country and our government. And so people that were saying that the 2020 election wasn't stolen, well, the evidence is just beginning to pour out.
Exactly. And then you look at the various...
And that's the problem with the Democrats, Bo. The Democrats are suffering right now because this is what happens. If you would have let it play out, if Trump would have won 2020, which he did, but since you guys rushed it, now look what happens. The people saw what was going on between 2021 and 2024, how bad it's been. They woken up and they decided, you know what? We got to get Trump back. Trump did it better. Now, Trump is back, and in 6 months of his presidency, he is getting things better again. There's no nuclear war with Iran. He's gotten all the other countries under control. Or there's no inflation. No illegals have crossed the border. ICE is doing their job. If the Democrats would have let the elections play out in 2020, Trump would have been out of the office right now, and we'd probably be screwed right now with someone else that's going to do worse. But it's like Jeremy Prime said, 2016, we had a new hope with Trump. In 2020, Joe Biden came in office. Empire Strikes Back. And now, 2024, Return of the Jedi. Donald Trump comes back. Bam. And we're in. So, you guys messed up. You Democrats messed up, man.
Documentaries that were done by Dinesh D'Souza and others. Technology like this these days, no longer are the days needed for a multi-million-dollar huge facility.
Well, like I said, man,
and
they
satellite
screwed
trucks
up.
and
They
all
screwed
sorts
up
of
badly,
stuff.
bro.
Trust me, it works even without all that, and it's great to see it, and it's awesome because it's grassroots. RSBN, come on now, grassroots from 2015. Kicking butt all the way to 2025 and beyond. So wonderful to be a part of conservative media here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Looking live at the Lincoln Memorial. Just to the left of that picture there, the wonderful Jefferson Memorial. Awesome presidents, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, and then the bottom right, President Donald J. Trump. Guys, thanks so much for streaming. We're looking forward to this event there in Washington, D.C. Meantime, let's shift gears. Let's go back to just a quick soundbite from President Trump from earlier when he was speaking about the big, beautiful bill right before he signed it. He had a number of things to say about the big, beautiful bill. Let's take a look at that video right now.
we have officially made the Trump tax cuts permanent. That's the largest tax cut in the history of our country, added to substantial other cuts, which is you're going to see like a rocket ship. You know, we're setting all sorts of economic records right now, and that's before this kicks in. After this kicks in, our country is going to be a rocket ship economically, and we've delivered no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors.
That's good. That is pretty good.
Earlier today, and if you want to watch that entire speech, you can on various places that you watch. Right Side Broadcasting Network, you can actually watch all the replays of RSBN, including that one from earlier. Had quite the viewership on it, of course, because the big beautiful bill turning into the big beautiful law, and then tonight, as we see the firework display there in Washington D.C., and if you're watching this on replay, what a night. We're about to have here at 8:43 Eastern Time. Let's go to callsheet.com/RSBN. You can see will President Trump pardon this year. There's other questions on there as well. When you look at this is the markets that are saying with Call Sheet that they're the largest U.S. prediction market.
If you guys missed it, if you guys just got in,
various situations like this,
I was watching the president
also
do his speech,
weather and science,
sign
technology,
the thing,
all sorts of items that
and
you
then
can
after
check
that,
out.
I played a bit of Metroid
money
Prime,
markets, people trading on what
and
they
now
think
I'm
will
back
happen.
here
They're
getting
often
ready to see the
actually more
celebration
accurate
of the
than polls
fireworks.
because money's on the line, of course. And
now I have my dogs in my
more than
room. They're going to
1
panic their
million
behinds
users,
off because the fireworks will be blowing and everything,
get
and I'm
this,
going to have to get
more
these
than
dogs to
2
relax.
billion worth of trades. I like to check out the app here and there just to see what people are talking about, what they're trading on, whether it's inflation, elections, all sorts of different topics there. It's a great way to sense where the public is leaning beyond the headlines or the vibes. So if you want to try it out, Callsheet's actually giving $10 to anyone who signs up using the RSBN link there and with trades of $100. So it's callsheet.com/RSBN. And then also you can get the Call Sheet app if you'd like. Let's shift over now to one more sponsor. It is angelpaste.com, headquartered in Spring, Texas. And of course, there's the Miracle Cream there.
I wish things
and there's a
worked
lot
out
of other
with
products
Elon
as well.
and,
So all you have to do is go to angelpaste.com and check out
Elon
all the
has
products
gone
if you'd
way
like.
too
And if you'd like to
far,
purchase
dude.
a number of them, always remember, use that RSBN promo code. We'll get you a percentage
Elon
off.
might have had some disagreements maybe
hiring
with the
military
bill,
veterans there at
but
angelpaste.com. Great to see that at 8:45
we gotta
Friday, July 4th.
Trump's got to try
Let's
something,
go
man, to
to
help the
Iowa
country.
from just yesterday.
If they
President
would have
Trump
worked
had
it out
plenty
with
to
the
say
bill,
during that great
maybe things
speech.
would have been
Great
better.
coverage there with
But
Robert
Elon
McNeely and
went too
Christina
far with
Loren.
it,
So it's
so
America
he's-
250, right? So yesterday was
Elon
the
better
kickoff
hold off, man. But if he's
to
going to
the
keep pushing, man,
250th
Trump's
birthday
going
of
to
our
push back,
country.
and he's going to push back
So
hard.
today we're exactly 365 days away,
we're
of
gonna
course,
see,
from
dude.
that
We're gonna
kickoff on July 4th, 2026. But 365 days, a lot can happen in a year. So looking forward to the coverage here in conservative media as it's 8:45. Let's go to President Trump from just yesterday.
I directed the reinstatement of all patriots expelled from our military by the Biden vaccine mandate, returning them to their former rank with full back pay. And I signed executive orders to abolish critical race theory and transgender insanity from our schools and from our military. And I made it official policy of the United States that there are only 2 genders, male and female. And if it's okay with Iowa, we are keeping men out of women's sports. Is that okay? I also renamed the Gulf of Mexico. I renamed it to the Gulf of America.
And if you ever get a chance to go to the Gulf of America, obviously gorgeous sand and the waters are just beautiful. And there's a lot of really cool merchandise and gear out there for the Gulf of America, just hats and shirts and all that kind of stuff. Pretty cool stuff there. Looking live there at the White House. Beautiful red, white, and blue on this Independence Day. We'll be seeing the fireworks together with President Trump and the First Lady Melania Trump. And we're looking forward to all of that coming up in possibly about 13 minutes or so. Or as soon as it's dark enough there in Washington, D.C., I'm not sure if we have that other vantage point, that other camera that was pointed towards the Lincoln Memorial to get a little bit of a feel for how, if the sun's down yet. Almost. I believe it is at this point from that vantage point. So we'll be seeing the fireworks from a number of vantage points, of course, and big screens and all that. So hopefully you're watching on a big screen right now. If you're not, if you're watching on your phone or an iPad or a laptop, thanks so much for watching here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you'd like to follow us on Truth Social, it's at RSBN. Also on X, it's at RSB Network. More than 1 million followers on X, more than, I believe, now 3 million on Truth Social. So great to see the numbers increasing as we just continue to say, hey, you know what, here we are, and we're going to report common sense news to you and just share with you the live events that happen. And you've grown accustomed to hearing from we the people on this network. I mean, this is something that is extremely important, the everyday American, right? So I'm an everyday American, you're an everyday American, and we want to be able to just talk about what's going on out there in that common sense, tell it like it is way, because we've seen what it's like when you have a political person that is in the presidency and they're just there for nothing really good for our country. And then the same thing with the mainstream media. What are they doing? What really is their job? They are some of the biggest fakers and actors on earth. They're really good at it, though. I mean, let's be honest. They're really good at something. They're good at faking. Good evening. Welcome to this broadcast tonight. President Trump, a lot of people saying this against him. Nope. Not buying it anymore, guys. Sorry. See ya. Sayonara. Peace. Conservative media, of course, a lot of people watching it now. And again, if I've worked alongside plenty of people, whether on the right side of history, left side of history, or upside down side of history, when it comes to media. And I'll still smile, and I might fist bump somebody or give somebody a handshake, and you got to be cool and professional. I get it. But the content and the words that they speak, the amount of power that the media really still does have in general, even conservative media and mainstream media, and all of how we consume what's going on out there. There's X, there's Truth Social, there's ways to look at different articles and stories. But who do you trust is the big question. Who do you really trust? And I think that's where the answer comes in. The solution is conservative media. We're not here at Right Side reading from a teleprompter. I'm not reading from a prompter right now, and I know I brought that up earlier, but the point is, this is just me, right? Same thing with Robert McNeely, Christina Loren. When we're on, we're talking about common sense policies and our love for God or family or country. And everybody goes through their journeys and their careers and all that. I've got my journey and all that, just like anybody else does. But I just love telling it like it is. Let's go to mypillow.com as well, as we're waiting for President Trump and the First Lady there. So mypillow.com/RSBN, you see Mike Lindell right there. Free shipping sale, always good to have free shipping, and always good to use that RSBN promo code. There's more than 2,000 products on that website. Anything from my coffee to my slippers to the Giza Dream Sheets to the topper, the mattress topper, the My Cross, the bed sheets there, the multi-use My Pillow. There's a Go Anywhere pillow as well. There's just a lot of choices on mypillow.com. So go ahead and go there if you'd like and purchase some goods and use that RSBN promo code that you can save some cash. And speaking of saving some cash, let's look at some of the big, beautiful bill right now, as this is from the White House earlier today, specifically from the White House Office of Communications. And then we'll get into high gear here for the wonderful fireworks we're about to see. So here's what this means for everyday Americans. According to the White House, they sent this to all of the media outlets out there, and I guarantee you, probably 80% of them won't be reading off this kind of list. It is what it is. All right, so the largest tax cut in history for middle and working class Americans. According to the Joint Committee on Taxation, the tax bill will most benefit workers and families making less than $50,000 per year. Now, bigger paychecks, there will be a bring home of about $10,000 plus more in annual take-home pay for families. There's no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, a $12.5 billion modernization of our air traffic control system, permanently increasing the child tax credit for more than 40 million families, permanently securing our borders by finishing the border wall and hiring thousands of new ICE officers and Border Patrol agents. Part of the big, beautiful law is driving down energy costs with a massive expansion of domestic oil and gas production capacity. Also, a tax deduction on Made in America auto loan interest. I will clarify something. I am reading from a screen behind the camera right now on this list here. So that when I'm doing commentary, usually it's just riffing. You know how President Trump uses the teleprompter sometimes for various parts of the speech, but then most of the time he just rolls with it, right? I would say most of the time we roll with it here at the network, but when it comes to a list like this, I'd rather read it from up there than down here on a laptop. I know it's inside baseball, but it is what it is. Just want to be transparent. Protection for 2 million family farms from punitive double taxation. Also within the big, beautiful law, creating Trump investment accounts for every American newborn. Restoring fiscal sanity by cutting $1.5 trillion in spending. Also, strengthening Medicaid by eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse and blocking illegal immigrants from receiving Medicaid. Funding the Golden Dome missile defense system to confront 21st century threats, and modernizing our military to ensure that it has the resources to be a ready, lethal fighting force after 4 years of Biden-era weakness. Those are some of the details from the big, beautiful law that President Trump signed into law just earlier this evening. Speaking of this evening, we're about 6 minutes away from the start of the fireworks display. Will it start right at 9 Eastern, 6 o'clock on the West Coast? I have no idea. I'm not there in DC. I'm not watching them push the button for the fireworks, but I do know this. You're at the right place, and thanks so much for watching here live right now as we get ready to go there to Washington, D.C. to check out the fireworks. That is the scene right there. Obviously not dark enough yet for the fireworks, so they'll be waiting. That's the top right corner live picture. At the bottom of the screen, a lot of people there. So at the bottom of the right top corner screen, right there. So there's a lot of people there in front of the Lincoln Memorial. And then, of course, that's along the National Mall there. So we're waiting for it to get darker, of course. And then the bottom right screen is where President Trump and the First Lady will stand and watch these fireworks. And I hope that there will be a lot of great United States of America style music, patriotic music that we'll have a live feed to and just listen in and enjoy together. And I want us to remember something while we're watching this. I want us to remember every Trump rally. I want us to remember every speech. I want us to remember all of the USA chants that we would hear at arenas and stadiums and, you know, yesterday in Iowa, and just all of that passion for the United States of America. And the reason why I believe this country loves President Trump so much is because he stands for we the people, he stands for freedom, and he stands for America First policies. And he's somebody that is, I mean, come on, when's the last time somebody like a President Trump came around? I mean, this is historic times. And not only all of the serious, you know, policy information, the guy is funny, the guy is entertaining, and super successful. He was already successful before he became president. A lot of times guys are like, I want to run for president because I failed in everything else. Not President Trump. We again, winners. Let's have winners. Anyway, the bar has been set. We know that with President Trump. All right, let's do this. While we're waiting, let's talk about the following. If you'd like to donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network, all you have to do is text RSBN to the number you see on the screen there, 855-575-7888, or rsbnetwork.com/donate. The reason why is simple. We're not owned by any corporate big, you know, wigs out there, especially the woke types out there. We are running here with great viewers like you that will donate to conservative media like Right Side Broadcasting Network, and we have great sponsors, but we're looking to expand. We're looking to do bigger and greater things, even as we continue on with that momentum. So you can actually put your dollars to help that out if you'd like. rsbnetwork.com/donate or text RSBN to the number you see on your screen. Let's also go to Colonial Metals Group, freegoldguy.com/RSBN. If you'd like a free info kit in the mail, all you have to do is go to freegoldguy.com/RSBN. You're talking about a tax-sheltered IRA, 401k, backed in gold, all 100% tax-free. You can use that QR code as well. retirement and savings, using some of that money and putting that into gold and silver, definitely a great option with Colonial Metals Group. All right, so it's 8:57 on the East Coast, Friday, July 4th. Happy Independence Day, everybody. Really looking forward to hearing hopefully some great music there as we watch this whole experience there. Why don't we take a bigger look at the vantage point there as the sun is going down there and it's getting darker, and watching this as we the people. We love the United States of America, don't we? We love our freedoms. We love 1776. We love the First Amendment, the Second Amendment. We love all the amendments because it's freedom, and that's what we want in America. We don't want the bogus junk news that is trying to tear our country down. We don't want politicians that lie to us and harm our country. We want the guy that you're about to see on that top left corner of the screen. You know, we want people like that in government, not the swamp. We want President Trump. We want people like him. And that's why he's got a great cabinet of patriotic people. What a beautiful live picture down there on the bottom left as well. We the people, just enjoying America. What a day. What a night. Glad you're with us. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thanks again for joining us live. We're about 2 minutes away from the 9 o'clock hour. As soon as we hear any music or any announcement, something like, ladies and gentlemen, and now the President of the United States, that kind of thing, man, we're going there live. Kind of wish I was there right now in Washington. I haven't seen the new American flags that are outside the White House. It'd be kind of cool to see that. And just this patriotic night. And on my Truth Social, I posted a number of country songs, a Toby Keith song, the late, great Toby Keith, the Made in America song. I remember the courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue. So many great songs. Obviously, Lee Greenwood with God Bless the USA. And then all of the old school patriotic USA type of songs. I mean, the Marine Band played earlier outside the White House there, the Big Beautiful Bill. So we're looking forward to all of that here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, as we're just 1 minute away from this great event right now. So it's going to be a nice night. And it's awesome that it's blue skies too, and the sun's going down. Great to see the Washington Monument there, the White House, the Lincoln Memorial, and then just to the left of that Lincoln Memorial, never want to forget one of the greatest presidents of all time, of course, Abraham Lincoln, George Washington, and President Trump. So it's kind of cool that we have three of them right there. I just wish we saw Thomas Jefferson's memorial, because those are my four favorite. GW, the leader, the number one president, and then of course Thomas Jefferson, the third president, Abraham Lincoln, and then of course President Donald Trump. We the people, a government of, by, and for the people. That's what it's all about. I remember going to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. I used to live somewhat close to that area, and went to the Gettysburg Memorial there in Gettysburg National Park, and where President Lincoln spoke the Gettysburg Address. And towards the end of that address, as he's speaking to the Union Army and others there, and towards the end said that a government of the people and by the people and for the people shall not perish from the land, shall not go away. This government, we the people, we're looking forward to a lot of wins coming up in this remainder of this year, 2026, 2027, 2028, and then in 2028, talk about rallies. Man, President Trump's going to be out rallying, I'm sure, for whoever he endorses to be the 48th president of the United States. Many names go through my mind, I'm sure with you too. I'm not here to endorse anybody. I know who I like. I like a number of people. We're not going to get through that now. We're just enjoying this live coverage and really looking forward to watching it with you guys. And again, let's just remember what it's like, those rallies, all those moments with President Trump since the Golden Escalator when he came down that, and back in the day, 10 years ago, in 2015 at Trump Tower. And everybody was like, oh, there's no way that guy could win. All the mainstream media people acting like it was a joke. Well, guess what? Joke's on you guys. Look who won all three elections for the past three elections. except for the situation, of course, that happened in 2020. But I'm not trying to be divisive either. I really would like to see as many Democrats decide, hey, you know what? Nah, I'm not into that extreme stuff. No more of this woke and you go broke stuff. No more of this anti-free speech, anti-God, anti-Constitution, anti the majority of the country. You know what's interesting? I think about the free world, and I think about people all over the world, like China, right? There are people there that would love to speak out, and they probably would be like America if we had an American type of
I had to go outside
leadership.
for a minute because
Where it's just simply
my
a
dogs were
Chinese
going
leader that
crazy.
loved freedom.
I went outside and it was
And they would
fireworks
want
going
to. They
on.
would
So
want to fight for freedom too,
fireworks
just like
are coming
we
out early, so
I mean, we
and I
have.
can see right now in Washington
we got
it's
the
getting
glimpse.
dark,
We
so
got the
pretty
peek
much
behind the
perfect
curtain to
for
be
the
like, oh
fireworks
wow,
to come
this
out,
is what
so
freedom's like. Holy smokes, we got 249 years of this
9:03,
stuff.
3 minutes after 9, so
No wonder the
Maybe
people of
so.
El Salvador are loving Nayib Bukele. Viktor Orban in Hungary. No wonder the people are saying, oh my God, we need to have freedom. The Polish leader that just won, a conservative leader there, President Trump, a supporter of him. It's time for the land of the free and the home of the brave. And of all times, right now will be a perfect time to start a USA patriotic song and take it away there in Washington. So glad you guys are with us right now. And I know you're watching from all over the country. We've asked that question before on Rumble and other sites. And we're like, where are you guys watching from? And it's all across the United States. Isn't it awesome? Those of you watching in Arizona right now, in Texas, in New York, in Pennsylvania, in Maine, right? Idaho, Iowa. I'm sure a lot of people watching in Iowa just from yesterday, that great speech in Des Moines. How about those of you in Florida or Georgia or right here in Alabama? This is a family thing. This is called faith, family, freedom, all of those things. You're not going to hear it on the mainstream media, and who cares anymore? Their ratings are going down. The conservative media ratings are going up. And I'm not just talking about right side. Our ratings, man, we're getting a lot of people watching. I mean, there was 500,000 just on the broadcast that was just a couple hours ago on just one site.
what?
That was just one site.
Oh,
And that number is probably going to be in the million. But the point is this.
Julian
It's because you guys,
McHale?
and if I were in your shoes and I wasn't, in conservative media or have had years experience on TV or whatever, and I worked in sales or I worked in something else, I'd be wanting to watch a network like Right Side and other conservative media to give me just truth, give me common sense, give me something that's real. Can we have somebody that believes in God, believes in family, believes in country, believes in freedom? Can we just have somebody? And that's what's great about this network. And that's what's great about conservative media as a whole. And those that are not in a network, those that have their own shows and influencers. I think it's time to be honest with you that though, yes, in business there's competition, we get it. But let's just give each other a little bit of a pats on the back a little bit and say, hey, great job with that story. And even if it's with someone else that works somewhere else. I know it's not the greatest competitive business model, but holy smokes, our country needs to be saved. So we need to be on the right side of history and together, bond together here and be supportive of each other. And that includes every real deal MAGA Republican in Congress
First
and
Michael
the
Mason,
Senate.
now Julian
We should all be
McMahon
working
has
with each
passed
other
away at age
to just
56.
take this freedom to
This
the
is
next level
bad, man.
in the sense of prayer, hard work, getting out the vote. It's beautiful stuff there. Isn't that a beautiful scene there in Washington, D.C. right now? The sun already down. Of course, it is now dusk in Washington on this Friday, July 4th, 249th Independence Day. It's great stuff. It is just great. And so, and again, this isn't just political news reporting or just doing this for our health and being like, oh yeah, USA, and that's it. This literally is for all of our families, all of our friends, all of our country. All right, let's go to Washington right now.
There they are. There they are, man. There they are right there. There they are, man. We're getting ready to get the fireworks started. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to lower it to make sure that that don't get copyrighted strike. I'm gonna have to lower the music, of course. I'm gonna have to erase the song. Yep, there's the fireworks. Wow. God bless America, bro. Don't you just love it? Don't you just love it when everything goes into plan, dude? He comes back in office, gets things straightened out, bro. He makes sure no more illegals don't come into the country. ISIS doing their job. He makes sure that Iran doesn't have no nukes. And he gets all the countries in check again, once again. And now we got this big, beautiful bill ready to rumble, man. There's another firework going on the far right. You know, Kamala Harris would never do nothing like this. If she would have gotten in the office, Kamala Harris would have never have done any of this. None of this. It's awesome. I'm sure you can hear my dog. He's crazy. He's now panicking right now. Fireworks have started. Let me make sure everything's okay over here. Everything looks okay so far. Yep, there is the fireworks. I'm listening to it in my house, in my area. Hear it. Oh, man. Yeah, this view is perfect. I like this view. I like this view right now, so I don't want to go to any other channel. Look at that. You know, I'm going to try to plan something. I'm going to try to plan a trip. I'm going to try to plan a trip to go over there, man. Oh, look at that, bro. Look at the beauty, man. Beautiful. Hey, looking down there. Back up, look at the fireworks. Go back up. Yeah, man. Why would they look down to the water instead of just leaving the camera where it is? It's terrific, man. What are you doing, cameraman? Thank you for watching the video, man. I appreciate that. But they got the auto a little loud. Either way, Jeremy, you're fine, dude. Jeremy's cool. We're back at the fireworks. Peace, man. What a night, dude. I like what they did with the White House. Red, white, and blue. I like that. Oh, I missed. Oh, Jesus. What a day, dude. This has been a great day. He's talking about that. He's talking about Wicked. I'm sure it was, man. I'm sure it was, but it's just kind of weird having two women acting so weird in the tour, and I'm not into musicals, but the second one looks good. The second one in the trailer looks good. So maybe I'll try to watch the first one and then I'll get the second one. Maybe I'll do that. I'm sure the first one's out digital already by now. I just have to find it. Look at that. That is amazing. That was good, bro. That was pretty good. There's fireworks going on the far out. I think that's it. He's doing the dance. Melania's doing the dance. That's cool, man. Look at that, bro. Melania's trying to do it, but she can't. I think that's it. They're going inside. Yep. All right.
What a grand finale that was there in Washington, D.C. Some
What
great
a grand finale it was.
As well, as you heard some from Lee Greenwood, the late Toby Keith, and others on there. The next time we watch a firework display on July 4th, our country will reach that 250-year milestone.
I know. Jeremy's watching it right now, bro.
A lot of time from now until then. But what a night it was. A great night in our nation's capital as we witnessed the pool camera work there in Washington, D.C. All
that
of
is so awesome.
Broadcast brought to you by a number of great sponsors, including All Family Pharmacy. So we'd like to thank All Family Pharmacy for this live report from Washington. Of course, also Colonial Metals Group. All you have to do is go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN for more information on gold and silver and precious metals. Also, callsheet.com/RSBN. You can bet and trade on pretty much anything. Just go to kalshi.com/RSBN. Also, angelpaste.com. You can use the RSBN promo code. That'll get you a percentage off. This based in Spring, Texas. They hire military veterans, a great sponsor here at Right Side. Also, Chef IQ Sense. This is a great company as well. When it comes to figuring out if you want to cook a lot better in a better, efficient way, this is the place to do it right there, Chef IQ Sense. Also, mypillow.com/RSBN. Of course, more than 2,000 products that you could pick from there as well. Also, if you'd like to donate to Right Side, all you have to do is go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. And if you missed any of the information there on all of our great sponsors here at Right Side, you can just hit pause and just scrub back a bit and check it out, and hopefully make some purchases from some of these products if you can afford it. And especially with the big, beautiful law now in place, taxes dropping, things happening in a great way for our country, as you see the red, white, and blue right there. The first time that the White House has had that red, white, and blue.
That's going to be it for now. So, like I said, dude, it was great. It was great to witness the Trump signing of the big, beautiful bill and watching the fireworks, bro. It was great. So right now, I'm just going to get back to playing Metroid Prime and then maybe play for a couple more hours, and then after that, I'm just going to call it quits. So, let me just say goodbye. All right, Jeremy.
Yeah, I did. Unfortunately, because I was really upset earlier, and I found out that it looks like back in 2003, Lee Greenwood changed the lyrics of his song to have it more inclusive. And I'm like, good Lord, man! Like back in 2003, you did this. Back in 2003. Ugh. It's just like you can't win, man. Wokeness is everywhere. Wokeness is everywhere. So, here's another clip of them doing the YMCA.
All right. Okay. So let's get ourselves situated over here. All right, let me lower my webcam back to where I want it to be. There we go. And we don't need this anymore. All right, so we're just gonna play Metroid Prime for maybe a couple hours, and then after that, we're just gonna hit it because we gotta wake up early, and I'm gonna try to do some things in the yard. What a night, man! What a night! What a day, man! We've had. Oh, there's a dead end. Can't do anything over here. Let's just go this way. Nice. Oh, I think I know. We can go to that area where we couldn't get it with a spider. Try something. Ah, freak, almost made it. Man, it looks like I need the... Still may need the grapple. Let's see if I can, Oh, there it is. Let's see if this boss level over here had something. Ow! What? There you go, I found it. Another area. Ah.
Recording to logbook.
Okay.
Recording to logbook.
Well, oh, there it is.
Recording to logbook. Recording to logbook. Recording to logbook. Oh, that's tough. Oh, there you go. Have to do a lot of advanced work into getting to this one. I know. Another time, maybe. Oh, mother. Yes. Okay, we know that this brought. Probably more advanced.
I know. Fingers. I'm getting the hang of this. All right, let me see. How you doing, guys? Appreciate you guys if you're online watching, bro. Let's see here. Oops. See. Here we go. Now let's do what we're supposed to do. Okay. Wait a minute. Right. Their room. Weapon night. There's something. Now, yeah, about 20 minutes. I'm gonna cut it off, and that should do it for me for the night. Okay, no downstairs is gonna. All right, we're going to stop here for now. All right, that's going to be it for the night. We're going to call it. So, all right, everyone. Thank you all so much for watching this video. I appreciate it very much. So if you guys could please, if you could do me a favor as to share this video, post a comment below, let me know your thoughts. And as always, thank you all so much for watching this video. Thank you for being part of the channel. And I hope to see you guys until next time. Bye, everyone.